Sunday, 12 a.m., 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20.
You have reached. Please leave a message. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am back, and it's Saturday. So you know what that means. Time to put the thinking cap on and try to get some actual progress done on the co-streaming stuff. Make some more forward progress if we can. Let me okay, this over audio. If I can hear the music with you guys as well. Oh, welcome everybody. Welcome. Yeah, so last week we left off with having problems trying to display the page in widescreen, and I think thinking back on it, I'm like, I think I missed the one most obvious thing I could do. I'm going to try that today, but I also realized, kind of a shower thought, if you will. I missed something here with the Shadow DOM wrapper hook that I use. I put all the different callbacks in there, which is fine. But with destroyed, I need to do something additional because destroyed basically means the element has been removed from the page. So that's basically, clean up all your memory, and I'm not actually doing that because all the wrapped hooks are in this array, and every time I go to do a mount, they will just get added to the end of the array. So I don't know if this is going to run into problems with the unmounts. I don't think I will, because I'm not adding to the array there. For the update, I mean. But at least for destroy, I should probably set this array back to empty, because if we then mount again, it will go through and just push the new hooks to the end of the list, and that list will just keep increasing. So it's a simple little fix, but it's something that I just kind of thought about while I was doing things. I'm going to call destroy is what I want. Call destroyed on all the hooks, and then at the very end here put wrap hooks equals and an empty array again. So that'll let the browser know that it can clean up any memory associated with this here, because there will no longer be references to those objects in memory, so you can just go garbage collect them at its earliest convenience. So I'm glad I remembered that. So I got that in there. That's not a huge earth-shattering boom, but it is something that, over time would be a problem, as you're in the browser. Now, the other thing is, I was trying various ways of doing the Shadow DOM here such that I can actually get stuff to update properly. And I guess it just never occurred to me, or maybe it did occur to me and I just didn't do it. But rather than, obviously the constructor has to create the Shadow DOM. Fine. I can just probably take this line and just put it here. Although I'll have to do, I can't do a this.html, I'll have to do a document dot get elements by e, and then we'll do co-stream panel as the ID here, and then set the inner HTML to the section that we need it set to, like this up here. I think my only thing here is that this element may not exist yet when this runs. I'm not sure. So I should probably Part of me feels like I should wrap this in a document ready or something, but let's roll with this for a second and just see if it's okay with it. I have a feeling it's going to probably not be happy, in which case I can move the co-stream panel tag up, and then I can still define it down here and it'll be okay. But, you know, we'll have to try a few things here. So, get over here, the server running locally, and go to work channel. Okay. Unhappy. Alright. Awesome. Cannot set properties of null. That's kind of what I thought I was going to say. Okay. Alright, so go move this guy there. There we go. Can help with stuff. Alright. So move him up there. And we'll see if this is any happier. It is not. That's interesting. I guess I have a chicken and egg problem here. Where that tag needs to come after it's defined. Okay. So put that back where it was. Oh, and actually, oh yeah, the hook wrapper section probably should have moved up too, but whatever. Put this back where it was. And then I gotta wait for the document ready. I think there's a, now in jQuery I would just do $, ready. But I think there's a way to do it in JavaScript as well. Get ready. I feel like in jQuery you just do document ready, but equivalent of jQuery's ready. Okay. $13 years ago. DOM content loaded. 10 years ago. Self-executing function. What? Simplest thing to do in the absence of framework does compatibility for you. Just put your code at the end of the. Oh well. I mean, okay. Okay, smarty pants. Yeah, just put it all the way at the bottom. Like, well, yeah, but I mean, like, come on. Jesus. You can do ready state, right? Is that what we're? Non-content loaded. Something like ready state complete. Timeout function 1. Non-content loaded. It's just looking at document ready state, which I think is what everything else looks at. Yeah, ready state change. Framework, really, where's it standard, DOM content loaded. Yeah, so it just looks at, just adds an event listener for DOM content loaded. Okay. That's fine. Just do. Although I am concerned that if it doesn't update, it doesn't matter. It doesn't update. That it doesn't update. The item will still be there on the page even if it's being updated. So, document. Add. Document? Is it no? Is it window? Window or is it window? Add event. I thought. Add event listener. Content loaded. This. And what's the third parameter for? I'll just put false there, whatever it is. I don't think it matters. Okay. That should now be happy, hopefully. It is not happy. Okay. What's going on here that it's not loading? Yeah, it's definitely, it's not loading. It's not running the internet. Annoying. The HTML is there. Huh? Not running it. Did I go to the event listener wrong? Content loaded, right? Yeah, that's definitely the way it is. It didn't error, so either it didn't run, well it didn't, I mean obviously it didn't run. Script, add that, this in there. What is the third parameter? Use caption. Type listener. Oh, the object that receives a notification. Event, yeah. This must be null. An object with handle event method or JavaScript function. That would be why. Did I just like completely overlook that in the other thing? State change. The hell? How of that matches up with what it even said to do. Okay. Function event. You see, they just do a straight up function that takes an event. Yeah, I mean, they just have a straight function callback. So I don't know why this says here it needs to. This is event target. What about the window? Window. Optional parameter use control event propagation. Boolean values passed where true denotes capturing phase and false denotes doubling phase. Okay. Yeah, I mean they're basically doing exactly what I'm doing. They're doing it on the dock. You meant that's because they're doing a click. Wait. Okay. Why is this being tricky on me here? Let's where's it at here? The breakpoint there and just see if this. Apparently, this is not getting hit. Put one there too to make sure it's actually getting registered. And we'll come over here. Fresh. Okay. Registered. And it gets called. So how can we get element by ID? Stream panel is there. Okay. And then inner HTML. So over here we should see it. Somewhere here. Oh, yeah. I know. So I gotta do, stream panel dot shadow root HTML. Yeah. Hey, that works better. It's me right now. Alright, so that's in there. So now, okay, so it says ultra wide true out here, and it still says ultra wide false. Yeah, absolutely bugging the hell out of me here. But that could be because I mean that's because it didn't run the JavaScript again because the DOM document was loaded. Okay. So the only way to get around this is to just put another script tag underneath. Screw it. That is what's going to happen. That ugly, but it has to. This. Hopefully it will update this block here. It should, because it should detect that it's I mean, it's ugly, but if it works, then I can't fault it. Ultra wide false there. That is really freaking annoying. Why is that still? Why is that still? It's not. Obviously not kicking it off. The breakpoint there. Here's the first time through. Not running it second. God damn you! To run every time. All right, so we'll have to probably do. So I need to grab onto the like one of the Phoenix event, which I think there is one. When the page updates. So live navigation event. Page loading start. Live page navigation, their service equivalents, as well as form submits, JavaScript events, PHX page loading start, and PHX page loading stop are dispatched on Windows. Any PHX event may dispatch page loading events by annotating the DOM object, the DOM element with PHX page loading. Okay. All but element will receive additional 2 key and info. In case of an element page loading event, the info will contain a target key containing a DOM element with trigger to page loading. Okay. If I get on, if I wrap the page loading stop. See if that will work here. So I can put that back up into this script here. So window window dot add event there. Function event. This. I'm a little bit concerned this will. I might have to dig into like the event itself and be like, only do this for patch events or something like that, because I have a feeling this is gonna like fire off more than I'd want it. Or, you know, it could not fire off at all. That's a thing too. Yes. Alright, fired off once. Not. I've noticed though that it's not the element itself updated. It says ultra wide true up here. Did the script actually update to say that too? It updated that, which makes sense. I mean, it updated. It's not. I just can't get it to freaking call the freaking method again. It's updated. What it basically did is it updated the variable. Are we winning? Not really, Barry. Not really. I'm a little bit stuck right now. It's that kind of day. I'm fighting the browser today, and I'm losing. All for the name of the widescreen monitor users. I hope once I figure this out, the widescreen monitor users will be happy. Because it's been a hair pulling experience here to make it work for them. So yes, this variable is up. Which is why I see it in both of those. Add a little message that says, "Listen here, you better appreciate this." I could do that's the funny thing about that. I could put like a little message there, like brought to you by the sacrifice of many hours and the sanity of a slightly insane person to begin with. Now, the biggest kick in the teeth would have been like on a widescreen monitor, just have it print out like just deal or cope and have everything be just a normal size. Right. How do I convince this JavaScript that it needs to run again on this? without causing a infinite recursive loop. Because I just had the thought, like, you know, if I put a call to the JavaScript method in the CoStream sections variable, then it would call itself. And then I'm like, no, that's a bad idea because it'll never stop calling itself. Can't do that. What do I? So what would I? I mean, like, I'd have to. There has to be some sort of. I feel like there has to be some sort of event I can listen for that will get me what I'm looking for here. So what? So page loading start and stop is not. I'm wondering, so it says it can also annotate the DOM element, PHX page loading. Yeah, but that's not gonna, that's just annotating the DOM. That's not throwing an event. The event is PHX page loading start, stop. I wonder, there is this live socket exec data that I can call from the server. I'm trying to think, what does that exactly work? Yeah. Tell me there. Will not tell me. We'll point to the same page. Listener use actually has to trigger all JS commands and new. Next live socket. Okay. Triggering JS from the server and live view. Spinner. Yes. Go. Okay. Loader, hide loader. Loader 2 function. Yes, element attributes detail. Oh, I see what it's doing. It's running the JavaScript that you put inside attribute, which would actually work for us. Where did they actually put on the attribute? My spinner. Loader's outer HTML element has a data attribute for JS commands or functions that should be invoked when we start waiting. Done waiting. Server pushes event. Element ID entire listener executes JS belly. Oh, I see. Okay, because they did. Okay, they did. Data please wait is calling the show loader JavaScript. Got it. So. This is in the JavaScript that they're doing this. LiveSocket exec.js. So where do I... Where does this go then? Where's tech? Yeah. Yeah, this is doing it from the JavaScript. Right, and this is calling exec.js, which is just executing this there. So really what I'm looking for. I only went off stream when there's no distractions. I would like to say that that's true, but it's not. I am not what you would call a winner. I am very much a middle of the road, I lose more than I win kind of person. Oh. See, that's not help me. I mean, it kind of would if I had a hook that was gonna do that. I do. Yeah. So, let me think what else I can do here. What else can I do? I mean, obviously I can fire off an event. How would I do that? We know that this whole thing is... Well, we know at least that this is... We know that the GoStream section variables getting it. I mean, worst comes to worst, I could have a timer. I really want to do that. Fire off a check of it every like couple seconds, but I don't want to. The real issue is that it's not rerunning the JavaScript because it's not loading the, like, this JavaScript only runs when the page is loading, and the page isn't really loading, it's just being patched. And even if I don't wrap it in event listener, it's not patching. Weird thing is, it is patching the JavaScript because we see the JavaScript and the HTML changing, but it's not causing the browser to rerun the JavaScript because the browser doesn't really know that the JavaScript changed. So how can I excuse me, how can I tell the browser your JavaScript updated, please rerun this? I don't really think there's a way to do that. Well,
by the lake when we sunk down slowly, said I'm breaking your heart in pieces, took a blade
maybe there's a way to do it.
said it's us in the wind, just walk, let's ride, let it go, until we feel just right, like we did before.
That might just work. So what I'm thinking is, I'm back to the like call itself mode, but I think in this case, in this case it'll actually work. Maybe. So when the page first loads up, it'll run inner HTML, which will set the HTML in the shadow root. The page patch happens. The script here in the render shadow root won't rerun. Yeah, no, that's not going to work either. I was thinking I could probably put it in the co-stream section, but that's not gonna, it's not gonna rerun that either. It's just gonna be there on the page. It's the same thing, like I feel like even if I were to put it in the hook wrapper section, it would still not rerun the JavaScript again. Which I guess leaves putting it in the hook. But the hook is not... I wonder if... I don't know if any of the life cycle events on the hook are actually fired when this happens. I mean, they might be. Like it might call unmount. I kind of doubt it because I feel like I think it's probably going to do a. Well, maybe. Maybe it'll do it because the hook wrapper section is coming in as a variable, so it wouldn't know that whether it changed or not. It would always have to bring it in for a patch. Wish I could see if events fire off. I mean, I can put a breakpoint on all events, but it'll just get kinds of crap coming back. I think if there a way that I can send an event from the server whenever a patch happens. I guess I could because it just call this render shadow root, right? I don't know how good a practice it is to like take the signs that came into the render and then push another event. Although there's another method that's called when an update happens. Like I know it calls render because this is getting called again, but there's like an update. Next live view. Callback. DOM patching and temporary signs. Oh, that's right. It does send, doesn't it send a PHX update? Isn't that an event it sends?
We are the original freedom fighter.
Text remove. Elements be mounted. End or prepend a DOM ID for pending or prepending already present in the table. Here can be marked a PHX update, allowing the DOM patch operations to avoid updating or removing parts of the live view, or to append or prepend the update, rather than replace existing contents if useful client side interrupt. I did the PHX mount. So curious here. I wonder if this. I feel like this isn't going to work either, because that's just my lot in life. But see if I can do. Here I put paycheck mounted. How do they do it up here? Or does JS come from? Phoenix Live View JS. here it is. Phoenix Live View again. Gas pack. Outlast that. Remove go toggle position. This is not exactly what I'm looking for. But I can dispatch an event, which is probably what I want. Dispatches an event to the Dom. Event. Bring event name to dispatch. RF type custom event with the exception of click for click a mouse event. Okay. Event custom events. The event detail will contain a dispatcher. References a DOM node that dispatches JS event to the target element. Okay. Optional DOM selector to dispatch event 2. Optional detail map to dispatch along with the event. Identify if the bubbly event or not default true. Okay, so I am thinking here's what I am thinking. This is such a back-asswards way of having to do this, but just not what do I have? Phoenix Live View alias Phoenix Live View right here. Yes, that they update status. Want that, and then here I'll do a window and do update. The left is the way it looks. Go here, do that. Above it, we'll do window.add that. Page. Was it page loaded? Something or other? Page loading stuff. All update that. We'll do update, and then window add that listener shadow. I'll update again. So, all right. Character and attribute name. I guess I gotta do single quote there. Now they have double quotes. Oh, that. That's why. All right. That is unhappy. Not read properties of null in the wrapper. Reading query selector. Okay, so what happened there? Something happened, which is somewhat promising, but also not so much. We have Ajax mounted, that, big shadow. No. Okay. Now co-stream panel is empty, doesn't have anything in it. Which explains the you cannot read properties of null. But then oh, I'm getting an uncaught syntax error. Well, that would explain. Huh. Okay. Happier? Still not happiest.
Just because you had the last word doesn't mean I won't get stronger.
Right there. Reload. Hold one. With the PHX page loading stop event. Not getting the update chatters. I mean, that's on mounted, so it kind of makes sense that it's getting called. It's actually not even being called. Pretty weird. Like, in all actuality, I should be able to take the page loading stop out of there. I should at least call Epic Shadow. Let me see here. Because in theory that should work where it, you know, it's mounted and does it, but it's not even calling the mounted. So, or at least it's not. Maybe it's not putting it at the window level. Try it at the dock level. No. It's not even firing off the first time. Thing I was looking at, like, things where you just click. The client events. Next event. Facebook. Excuse me. No. I see that other. It does. It says window add event. I was right on that. JavaScript window add event. Looking at dispatch one. Provide copy clipboard functionality. Click. Okay, I mean that's fine. So I was right with window add event list, but not being called when mounted is not working. Stuff here. Not what I want. Findings. Just click finding. I want to use PHX update, but I don't think it's going to let me do it the way that I want it. Like, I don't think I can just put something in PHX update. Yeah, see, it only takes the certain value. I am very stumped with this. I'm not sure how I can get this to do what I want. I guess I can. Because there's no PHX load or focus event. And just click away. What's this static track? Static chain. Ones. They differ. Dock is connected and track static assets at the game. That's for static file, not for static stick. And update redirect. Flash. Yeah. Oh. There is an event going off. Because when the hook detects that you're in an ultra-wide format, it sends a message back to the server to update the assigns, which is what's triggering the page to push new data. So all I need to do then is, why didn't I think of this in the first point? I'm sitting here staring at this for freaking half an hour and I didn't even dawn on me. So yeah, we get this event ultra wide, and all I'm doing is assigning the ultra wide to enabled, but I should also push an event that I can then listen for. So yeah, like why? Yeah, okay. So what was the event here? Did I name the event? Update shadow, right? Okay, so let's get rid of this, and it'll be PHX update shadow, and it'll be on the window, right? And then we'll need this guy for the initial load, right? And then down here we format this a little bit differently. We say socket assign, and then push event. Let's see. We do this. Yeah, push event socket. Blah blah blah. And I don't need to put anything in the payload. I just need the event to fire off. So push event socket, and then, well, actually the socket's going in because I'm typing it. Push event update chat. Save that. What's your problem? Oh, I think I just have to do, right? Yeah. Okay. Then over here, so this is already, whoop, JavaScript already stopped here, so hit that. And boom, it's called again. Okay, that's weird. Oh, nope, called again. And again, wow, okay. Oh, it's calling it for every, that's right. It's calling it for every video on the page. Okay, yeah, that's a bit overkill, but I mean, all right. So wait a minute, it was working slightly there, but it's now it's back to ultra wide false, which is gonna pick me off here. Okay, so what the hell, man? Event. So it was definitely getting called, and I definitely saw it doing things. But one of these things is not like the other. So here. Oh, thank you, Sugar. Thank you very much, and thank you for the follow as well. Let's. Okay. This is ultra wide. You're really ticking me off. Okay. Ultra wide false. See now, like, this, even though it says ultra wide false here, this is definitely not. This is definitely expanded the way I would expect it to be for ultra wide true. Now it's back again. What's going on here? That is one thing I didn't really plan for too, is the fact that to have 6 videos on the screen are all going to send that message over and over and over again. Oh, Psychotic, thank you for gifting a subscription to Barry. Thank you very much. I appreciate it greatly. Uncaught in promise. Something's going on here. You've wanted to get into coding for so long, you just don't know where to start. Oh, thank you for the other gift subscription there, Psychotic. You're on fire today, Psychotic, and I love you for it. What's the feeling generous today? Well, thank you very much. Wanted to get into coding for so long, just don't know where to start. Used to do simple HTML with GeoCities back in the day. It was fun, but nothing like this. Honestly, Sugar, that's probably the best place to start. You know, I mean, this is what I'm doing right now. It doesn't look like it because I'm jumping between the back end code and the front end code. But what I'm mostly tackling right now is HTML and JavaScript. And it's still, to this day, still a very good thing to, I think a very good way of starting to get into coding is to just sit there with your browser, open up a local HTML page, like create a basic HTML page on your local machine, open it up in your browser, start playing with JavaScript. You can open up the DevTools console and play with it there. You can play with it on the page itself. And just, there's a lot of resources out there on it. And then you can start, there's server-side JavaScript now. Like you've got Node and you've got TypeScript and all that stuff. So it's like a much more of an onboarding language, I think, today than it's ever really been in the past. So it's kind of one of those things, like, it will get you to, like, if you really start to enjoy it, that's the thing that'll, like, get you into other stuff too. That's like the gateway drug. Oh. Mess around with Elixir and then got bored and downloaded an instance of Glimesh to play with. Yes. I think I think a lot of people are intimidated. They see a big project and they're like, oh, I need to start out with something small. And it's like, actually, sometimes it's better to just pull a project down that you know works and play around with it, break it. See and then figure out why you broke it and stuff like that, Elixir is a new, I guess a revitalization. It's like a new pseudo language. I want to call it, I don't know. It's like a true programming language, but it's basically a updated version of Erlang. Erlang was an old language back from, I want to say, the 70s. Erlang was, and I think it was mostly used in telecommunications. If I can pull that up right now, Wikipedia, Erlang. Functional programming language. Yeah, it was used by like telecom companies mostly. And it was done, 1986 is when it first appeared. So I was off by a decade, but 86. And then Elixir is a modernization of Erlang. Like it sits on top of Erlang and provides all kinds of different syntax and different libraries and stuff. Let's see if I can pull up here. Elixir. This is the problem when you name your language after something that's a true thing. I want ELIXIR programming language. Well, yeah, so Elixir basically takes Erlang and puts it into a virtual machine, which it runs on the Beam virtual machine, which is used to implement the Erlang language. So it builds on top of it and shares the same abstractions, but it has extensible design and stuff like that on top of it. And Elixir first appeared 2012, so 10 years ago. So it's been around. I had never heard of it either until I looked at Glimesh and it was like, using Elixir, and I'm like, I've never heard of it. So the auto host feature on Glimesh is the first thing I ever wrote in Elixir. So, it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, you look at it and you're like, oh wow, that's a lot of stuff. And you're like, but that was how I started to learn it. I was like, I'll download Glimesh and I'll just play around with it and see if I can do some things. And that was the thing I did. So it's just one of those things where you just kind of, like, for me, I already know multiple languages. I've written in multiple languages. So picking up another one's easy. But for others who maybe don't have a single language under their belt, it's a lot harder because you're trying to grab the basics. You're trying to grasp the basics at the same time that you're trying to figure things out. And for me, it was like, I already know the basics, so some of the documentation and stuff I can read because I kind of get what they're going for. But there are things in Elixir that I'm still looking up things, as evidenced by the fact that I've got like the Phoenix documentation open constantly and all that stuff. Like, it's still, I'm still not fast or comfortable in it. I'm still learning as I go. Yeah. Used to do basic in high school. Yes. I did Pascal in high school. And I did back in the day QBasic on DOS, Microsoft DOS. And the first language I actually taught myself was C, because I was trying to, I like video games, and I happened to run across a book that's like make your own video games in 24 days or something like that. And in there, it came with a CD in the book that had Visual C++ 1.0 on it. A copy of that, and it taught you how to write in C and assembly, and I was like, well, I guess I'm going to learn C and assembly, and that's what I did. And so it just kind of rolled downhill from there. How to do everything with HTML by James. Yes, I've got tons of books like that. I've got the oh god, what is it? The how to make Netscape Navigator plugins book. I still have that on my shelf somewhere. It's in the other room. But yeah, I got stuff like that. Yes, Netscape. Good old Netscape. Netscape Navigator 3.0. Still probably the height of browser technology. uh, Still probably the height of all the browser technology. Nothing against Firefox or Chrome or anything like that, but I still fondly remember good old Netscape Navigator 3.0. I'll tell you what, though, Mark Andreessen he's one of those sort of like Steve Jobs in that he's one of those guys that just had ideas that were actually really good ideas, but they were too early for people to accept them, you know what I mean? Like, Netscape was trying to do a whole operating system where the window manager for the operating system was a browser. And then, 15 years later, you've got Chromebook, right? Which are basically the same thing, right? It's just like, it never took off then because it was just too before its time, And, Jobs, for all his foibles, and I'm being incredibly kind there, he had handheld phones before they were a thing. They had tablets and stuff like that didn't catch on at first, but then later on, they were just too ahead of their time, that kind of thing. So, that's one of those. It's like, and it's funny to always think that like everything that we do on the computers is based on. If you go back in history, you'll probably trace it back to like Xerox Lab, right? Where it was all this stuff, the window managers and all the concepts of them and all that stuff were literally designed by people trying to make multifunction printers, the little screen on multifunction printers and have all the windows and stuff on there. It's all like based on that at some point. It's crazy. Glimesh doesn't work on it yet. Netscape, I don't even think, I'd be surprised. I don't even think Netscape supports CSS. Does it? Netscape, I think it was pre CSS. Navigator. Netscape Navigator CSS. I don't even know if it even supports that. I'd be really surprised if it did. Web browser. Client. 4 or 5. So Netscape's contributions to the web include JavaScript, which is now ECMA. And the HTML 401 frame set specification that nobody uses anymore. Oh man. Yeah, I don't think if it did support CSS, it was probably CSS 1.0. If even that. I'd be really surprised if it did. Holy crap. It fails the acid. Yeah, I was going to say, it has to probably fail the acid test. That's crazy pants. That is crazy pants. Is Steamunk still around? Because it's the former Mozilla Application Suite. Ran in 2005 after Mozilla started working on Firefox. Oh yeah, look at this. The latest stable release, 253.13 on 10th of July of this year. Get out. The monkey is still around. That is interesting. E-Monkey Mail and News Groups, 25310. Good lord, that looks like, oh god, that looks like, what was that? It was Outlook Express. Oh yeah, this has got the Outlook Express look and feel to it. Oh god, there's a word I haven't said in ages. Holy hell. I guess it kind of has a Thunderbird a little bit too, but this definitely reminds me of Outlook Express. Boy, that was a terrible application. Holy crap. I mean, Outlook is not much better, but oof. Like Windows 10 Mail is better than all. Jeez Louise. Oh man, that's great. SteaMonkeyProject.org. Featured. Tab to browsing. Session restore. Lightweight themes. Speed detection. Smart location bar. Pop-up block. Safe mode. Mail and news groups. I don't even think news groups are around anymore. IRC chat with Chatzilla. Holy hell. Oh, it comes with a WYSIWYG editor. Oh. File Inspector. It's been ages and ages since I've seen any WYSIWYG editors. But I guess they still are around. Remember ICQ? Yeah, I do. I don't have. I was never on ICQ. I might have dabbled in it for like a little bit, but yeah, I never went too far into it. I did do IRC chat a little bit because there were like not BBSs, but there were IRC chat feeds that you could get onto and like get ROM files and stuff. for emulators and things. Used to go in there and grab those. Have Rocket Mail. Ooh, I never heard of Rocket Mail. I mean, I still have a Yahoo Mail, which I thought made me old, but a lot of people still have even older things than that. What was the Microsoft one? Hotmail? People still have Hotmail, I think. Oh, Rocket Mail was bought by Yahoo, huh? Really? Yeah, no, I never heard of them. That's one of those things where I think for a brief amount of time when I really needed email that I didn't want to like deal with all the spam and stuff, I think I just fired up my own mail server for a little bit. But nowadays it's really hard to run your own mail server because a lot of times you'll send messages out and it'll just immediately go into people's spam because you're an unknown sender kind of thing. So harder nowadays to do that without having an external well-known mail site, you know? I remember everyone I knew had a Gmail account and I didn't because you had to have an invite, and eventually someone sent me an invite and was like, oh cool, I could finally get onto I could probably have a Gmail account. And I remember it, I think it was like, I want to say it started out like 50 megs or something. And then as time went on, it just kept increasing it and increasing the storage over and over and over again. I just kept logging in and be like, oh my, I have 500 megs now of storage. I have a gig of storage now. Oh. Her Gmail, you can put a plus at the end before you add, and it will create a fake address. It'll still work within me. Yeah, they've been spammers have been doing that. Yeah, that is confirmed. I've seen bulk spam using that to try to fake things out. And now, for some reason, they introduced this thing where you can send mail, or you can send, I forget how it works. You can either send mail via chat, via Hangouts, or it's the other way around where you can send Hangouts via mail or something, and people were using that to scam and text messages and things, and yeah. Ugh. Never use Hangouts. Well, Hangouts is not really much of a thing anymore. I used it. My previous job, we used it a lot. We had the actual set-top box to do it, and that was our like primary video chat thing between the two offices, because there was an office in California and then there was an office here in Pennsylvania, and so we used that all the time, and it worked. As most Google things do, when they start out, they work really well. You don't have any problems with them. Like even like scheduled meetings, it would just pop right up and be ready to go, and it was good while it lasted. And then Google did what Google does, and it's like, oh wait, we were supposed to make money off of this? Delete it. Oh, did I crash? Oh yeah, page mess up. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, it looks like I'm still going. Going to restream anyway. It's been pretty, like, the RTMP has been pretty solid so far. Knock on wood. Been pretty solid. Phone's doing a heck of a job with it. And honestly, that was one of my things. Pedal flickered and then froze for a second. So yeah, we do have that thing on the page where it will, if a bunch of packets get dropped and stuff, it'll kind of flicker on and off while it tries to reconnect and stuff. And sometimes it'll reconnect successfully, and sometimes it won't. It's just, at some point we'll have to figure out what to do with that. Because that, it shouldn't, like, I feel like it shouldn't flicker like that. It should just pause and say like connecting or something. But right now it's just kind of, we're kind of got what we got. I think at some point we're going to have, like, we're using the default browser HTML5 video player. And I think at some point we're going to have to like skin our own player. Like, we could still use the HTML5 video, but have our own controls and stuff. Because I was looking at one point at putting like Chromecast support on there. And I don't think, for whatever reason, I don't think the main HTML5 player, default one, has controls for Chromecast. So we might have to like look at that a little bit. But we also have to look at how to embed the player too. So we can get like embedded streams going, get the video, Twitter video stuff, and all that things. So there's a lot to go with the player and stuff. It works for what we need for our purposes now, but it's as with everything, there's always there's always an improvement that can be made, you know? What's got me confused, because it's calling that, but it's not. The guy's calling the JavaScript. Anyone planning on doing multitasking on the app? No reserves, but you have to pick and choose. So, the app development, as far as I know right now, the app development is kind of stalled. Because the people who can work on the app are just too busy at the moment. I have not worked on the app because I don't have a means of, like, what they're doing is they're using a framework that allows you to cross compile between Android and iOS. And my problem is I can test things on Android, but I can't test anything on iOS because you have to be in the Mac ecosystem to do any kind of debugging on iOS. So I would love to contribute to the mobile stuff, but I just can't because I can't. If something breaks on iOS, I can't do anything about it because I don't have a means of debugging it or anything. So that's the unfortunate part there. Because I do, like, my day job is Java, so I could easily fire up a Java and start doing mobile stuff. I would love to actually, and just do the Android stuff. But the Android and the iOS stuff are combined, and that's kind of what limits me. Like if they were two separate projects, then I would definitely dive into the Android stuff. I've been wanting to do mobile stuff for a while just to learn it, and I'm much more comfortable in Java than everything else. So, but it is what it is. Hopefully others, will come by. I mean, we're starting to get a lot of people seeing Glimesh, and we haven't really, I don't think we've really made it that clear to the newcomers coming in that we're open source, but hopefully they'll figure it out. And if somebody knows what they're doing and is willing to put in some time, and effort, there's a good place to go right there. You just go jump into the mobile stuff and get the mobile app working. Because there's even things in the mobile app that aren't great. Like on Android, we have to figure out the volume controls aren't quite right. Like it's not doing the media volume, it's doing the ringer volume and stuff like that. Need to be ironed out. Yeah. Well, thank you, thank you, Sugar. It's just one of those things, right? It's like it's kind of it's a little bit of a chicken and egg problem, right? We're trying to convince people to come over and just give Glimesh a fair shake, but people don't want to come over because they perceive that there's no viewership, and it's like, well, we can't get viewership if you don't try. You know what I mean? It's kind of a weird situation where it's like Twitch streamers will tell you backwards and forwards, you gotta put out YouTube videos or TikTok videos and that'll drive viewers to your Twitch stream, right? And you say, well, why don't you come over and try Glimesh? Well, you don't have any viewers over there. Like, well, but you just said in the other sentence that you need to drive viewers to your channel through other services. Like, why couldn't you drive them to Glimesh through other services? You know what I mean? There's sort of a cognitive dissonance. I think that happens there, and it's a really hard cloud to sort of clear up. It's a fog to sort of clear up. No notifications on mobile. Yeah, it should. The thing about notifications is that I mean, there's a couple ways of doing it on mobile. But, should be able to do it. There are third parties that will handle notifications too. I think there's like a rep aspect to it. Like if you spam too many notifications, you might get blocked by Google or whatnot. But I don't know what I don't know exactly all the things behind that, you know. RTMP or restreaming. See, yes, I think the same way. Psychotic, like RTMP, like that's why I said, like, you know, a lot of people said we need to drop the alpha from our title, and my caveat to that has always been, once we get RTMP and it's working well enough, then I would say drop the alpha, right? Because otherwise people just see the alpha and they're like, well, I'll come back later, and then they never come back. You know what I mean? And we're always going to be growing. We're always going to be growing. We're always going to be expanding. We're not stopping development. I think it's just like, once you have, because FTL, for all the good stuff that FTL is, it's not supported by enough devices and enough software, right? And that's why it's like RTMP is key, because it's supported by pretty much everything. As crappy as RTMP is in general, the reason it's still so prominent is it's supported by every freaking thing under the sun, right? So once you have that, it becomes a much easier prospect to say, all right, now we can kind of, you know, we can drop the alpha, we can say we're pretty stable, and then, you know, kind of move from there. Barry's RTMP work is a bigger deal than people think. Yeah, no. Emote work, yeah. They missed their Twitch emotes. Yeah. I mean, that's going to be a thing too. Yeah, the emotes. I mean, there's going to be a lot of like things that people miss. You know, they're going to come over and be like, "Oh, you don't have raids. I missed that. I don't want to wait for your raids to come out. You don't have emotes. I don't want to wait for those." There's going to be a lot of that. There's going to be a lot of that. And I think it's one of those things where, how can I put that? It's hard to convince people to have a level of tolerance, right? They want everything, you know, they want it to be a 1-for-1 swap, right? Because they're used to a certain way of doing things. Now you're telling them, well, you don't have all this stuff. It's even, the same thing is true between Twitch and YouTube, right? There's a lot of people who thumb their nose at YouTube because they're like, well, the chat is too different, and they don't have any, you know, they don't have a landing page for people to see all the streams, and these are, you know, they're valid gripes, but like if you take a really hard look at it, like there's still people on YouTube streaming right now that are doing really good. You know, they're just using the tools that they have, and YouTube is going to eventually keep improving its tools, you know? And I think that's the key, is you have to have a certain tolerance for change. And that's always a hard thing to come by. A lot of people have a hard time kind of changing. And you know, it is what it is. I feel like, I mean, it's almost a meme at some point where it's like, Twitch is dying. But honestly, like, the last few weeks here have been really eye-opening. Like they're it's always seemed like there were two factions at Twitch: the ones that were very creator focused and ones that were very profit focused. And with some of the recent departures, it seems like the profit focused people are outnumbering the others, if they weren't already. So I don't think Twitch is going anywhere for a long time. I just think that the experience is going to get progressive, like the viewer experience is going to get progressively worse. Like you're going to, like right now, like I'll come out and say it because why not? I have a plugin installed on my browser here. Actually, it's right up here. Twitch ad block, right? And I did that mostly because it got to a level that it was just ridiculous. Like I was watching a streamer. I'm not going to name any names. So I was watching a streamer play a game that I was interested in, and I wanted to see what the combat was like in the game. And they're playing through, and they were in a narrative part, and then the narration stopped, and they were about to get into a battle, and I got hit with 9 ads. I'm like, all right, well, I'll sit here and wait to come back. And I came back from the ads, and he's back into a narrative thing. I'm like, all right, I missed the combat. Let's see if another combat thing comes up. Literally 2 minutes later, it's into another combat situation, 9 more ads. I'm like, this is ridiculous. Like, you gotta be kidding me here. I had no ad blocks on or anything like that. I'm like, this is ridiculous. So it was at that point that I was like, this must end. So I found an ad blocker that doesn't actually block the ads. It just hides them. So the streamer still gets paid for the ads playing, but I don't see them. What it does is it hides them, and then it makes basically whenever an ad plays on Twitch, it plays full screen, and then the streamer's stream goes up into a little corner. What this does is it hides this, and it makes the corner thing the big picture. So the quality drops down to like 480p while the ads are going on, but then once the ads are done, it goes back to the normal source quality. So it's like they get paid for showing the ads. I don't have to watch the damn ads, and everybody wins except for the advertiser. I mean, because there just comes a point where you're just like, this is just insane. Like, it's just insane, and it's only going to get, I think, worse. Like, I mean, you think about television here in the U.S. When I was a kid, it was, I think, 8 minutes of ads for every hour-long show. I think it was 8 minutes of ads and 52 minutes of television show. Now I think it's something like 45 minutes of television show and 15 minutes of ads or something like that. Yeah, something to that effect. It's grown ridiculous. Like I just, and I'm so used to watching streaming services where there's no ads that when I go and actually watch the regular TV, I'm like, how do you enjoy anything on regular TV? There's so many ads. Right, exactly. It's just insane. And I think Twitch is getting to that point. I think Twitch wants to not only get to the point where they're at with television, on par with television, but they might even try to push even further than that. And they're just what they're doing is they're driving viewers away, which is eventually going to drive streamers away, right? Because all their viewers are going to be leaving, You mean, but it still interferes too much? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. That's, I don't know. But that's the problem with having a service that depends for a large percentage of its profit, of its revenue, on ads. You know, YouTube's the same, except YouTube has been, I mean, all things considered, the YouTube ads are a little less intrusive. Like you can skip them. And honestly, I pay for YouTube Red, and I haven't seen an ad on YouTube in years. Now, yeah, you've got Twitch Turbo, which I refuse to pay for because you used to get no ads with Amazon Prime, and I have Amazon Prime, and then a few years ago they stopped it where you no longer, like Twitch Prime is no longer part of Amazon Prime, so you get ads on Twitch. I'm like, I'm not giving Amazon any more money. I already pay them like over $100 a year for Prime. Like, screw that. You know what I mean? Like, screw that noise. And yeah, Turbo goes directly to Twitch, which is the other thing that YouTube does right. YouTube Red goes to the streamer or to the YouTuber. A portion of it goes to the YouTuber, or just, you know. Whereas Twitch Turbo doesn't. You know, the streamer doesn't see any of Turbo. Right? That's like, just, I don't know. I think we're at a point where we're still going to have a lot of ad revenue based sites, particularly if they want to have like a free tier to them. You know, like your Hulus and stuff like that. But I really think we're getting to a point, at least with streaming media and, you know, streaming sites and whatnot, where it's just going to be more like, in order to survive, you're just going to have to survive on donations and subscriptions, you know? Have a subscription service, have donations and stuff. And, you know, that's for like the independent developer, independent content creator, you know, like Twitch and YouTube and all that stuff. For the main guys like Netflix and all that stuff, good luck to them. I don't think Netflix is long for this world. I think the big studios and stuff like that are gonna put them out of business because they're just gonna keep increasing their costs and try to milk them for all they can while they're still alive. Yeah. In the meantime, milking them for all that money and then spinning off their own 29 services, you know, Disney Plus and Paramount Plus, Hulu, which is just Hulu is just a conglomerate of a bunch of the studios, and yeah, just gonna see more of those. Rest in peace, HBO Max. I see what's happening over there. Oof. Yeah, Redbox. Yeah. Yeah, Redbox was like lightning in a bottle for a while there, because they were just absolutely, like, they were the lower cost Netflix, right? Because Netflix CDs, you know, getting Netflix videos and stuff was like, DVDs was, I want to say like $8 or $9 a month or something, and Redbox was just significantly less. But even they are running into just, like, they're dying out too. You barely even see, you don't even really, I think I see one kiosk of theirs ever in a while, you know? Mm-hmm. Yep. They slowed down with all the free trials and free taste and all that stuff. Right. exactly. I think the supermarket I go to still has one. Yeah, it has one at the door, right next to the like. They have a Coinstar booth, and then they have the Redbox booth a little bit further down the wall. And I still see people there doing stuff, but it's not heavily trafficked. That's for certain. Wait a second. This is in my mind. That. Yeah, I put Redbox vids in here. Yeah. It wasn't Redbox, but it had a. It looked like Redbox. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. It's funny. I remember the glory days of like Blockbuster Video. Going back in there, dropping off your games, grabbing a couple other games and a movie. Oh man, it was great. I mean, it was passable. I wouldn't say it was great. It was certainly it was a good way of being able to test out games before you plunk down the $60 for them, you know? Or not. You just save your save game and just kept renting the same game over and over again until you're finished. One of my memories of that time was my brother had a Sega Genesis. Actually, Sega CD with the Sega CD edition onto it. And we rented Night Trap. And I remember playing it right before we rented it right before the whole big, blow up about, oh, this is what kids are singing and all that stuff, and it got removed from store shelves. So we got it just as that was going on, and we played a little bit of that, and then we returned it to the Blockbuster, and then they're like, they basically took it off of us and tossed it in the trash. It's like they couldn't put it back on the store shelves because it had been removed. I was like, oh, that's so rough. Oh yeah, the old DVD swaps. Yeah, you go and you take the original DVD and you clone it as best as you can, and then put the clone back in the box, and then you've got it for yourself. Which I guess that was just due to the quality of it. I would have done the opposite. I would just put the original back in the box and just kept the clone. But I guess they did a crappy job of the clone. You know what I mean? They're just like, nah, I want the original stuff. Oh, they messed up? Yeah, okay. That explains it. Well, that was like, oh God, they really wanted the DVD art, yeah. They didn't burn the special features or something. Yeah. Oh God, my brother, he did that with a game that we bought, where he bought the game, and then I'm not even sure how that worked out. Like, we bought a game and then he returned it, but put something else in the box. I'm not even sure how he did it. I don't even remember. I don't remember all the details of it, but I remember he bought a game and then returned it for a refund, and then put something else in the box that was still like a cartridge or something, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't the correct cartridge. I don't know how he pulled that off because we didn't have. It must have been like a friend's like cartridge, because it was like some game that was terrible. So he kept the good game and returned the terrible game and got money back for it. You do weird stuff when you're kids. you do really crappy stuff when you're kids, and you got no money. You do a lot of crappy things. It's you know, you feel guilty looking back on it, but you know, at the time you just didn't know any better. And besides, the store was not even in business anymore. I think that was like a, I want to say it was like a, what was it? Toys R Us or something. Doesn't even exist in any appreciable form anymore. That they got that from, so. Oh well. Apparently we weren't the only ones. Because they went out of business. So here's interesting thing. So this still says 16 by 9. So the JavaScript didn't get updated on this one. Doesn't look like. Where it was getting updated before. Unless it's... Oh, see, it's updated here. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, so it's updated in the element, but the source tab didn't update. So Alright, what I gotta do. And obviously it's not updating here, which is weird. And there's some kind of error going on. But I can't tell what it is. What is this I'm changing? I am working on adding co-streaming functionality to the site. So essentially, close this out for a second. You can, with up to you read the title, yeah, no. With up to about 6 other streamers, you can join forces and have multiple streams showing on the screen here. Right now, this one is a view of like 4 of them, and then I'm gonna have 2 up here that you can swap in, which is what I want to work on at some point today. But I also want to get this widescreen working. And this is just one layout. This is like our stacked right layout. I'm going to have a bunch of different layouts that you can select from to lay out the videos. That'll have different numbers of videos that are visible versus invisible versus swappable, and all that stuff. Right now, for phase 1, I'm not going to touch the chat, because it's a really big change, just to do what I've done. And I kind of wanted to like wrangle it as much as I could because it's a really big one, and I want to make sure that this, like, I want to make sure that this works, like the fundamentals work before I start digging into it. But phase 2 is going to be chat, and my thought on that is I'm going to allow the streamers to select when they from their settings pages whether they want their chat to relay when they're in co-stream mode. And if they say yes, and at least 2 people who are co-streaming together say yes, every chat message that someone types in on their page will get relayed to the other person who also said yes. And so both of those chats will essentially be able to talk to one another. There's a lot of back end that I have to do there with like regards to like making sure someone who's banned on the destination channel or someone who's banned in one of the other channels that's accepting relays, that their message doesn't get to that other channel because they're banned there and stuff like that. And then I'll have to figure out the emote stuff too. But generally speaking, it's going to be kind of a relay back and forth. And I'm going to do it in such a way that it hopefully doesn't break any bots, any chat bots. And then any chat bots that exist, I'll have an API for them to be able to say, yes, they want their messages to relay, and then they'll be able to relay messages back and forth and integrate with that. But hopefully not, break them. They'll still be able to work, messages won't relay back and forth. And so there's a little bit of things like that, because I got to worry about like if someone types in a command on a different channel without bots being updated, they'll probably respond to the command, but their response won't get relayed back over to the other channel. So there'll be at least some kind of sanity there, at least initially, and then we'll see how everybody can upgrade to it. Try and get chat relay with mix-up bot, but I didn't want to send over the messages to other platforms. It's a weird one, right? Because I was doing the same thing. Like I have Restream chat running, and you can have Restream chat relay messages between Twitch and YouTube and all that stuff, and Discord. And I had that on for a little while. And what I found is that it's a little bit of a pain because people will show up and purposely break your chat rules. They'll say something, uncalled for, we'll say, and you'll, moderate them, say on Twitch, but by that point their message is already relayed over to like YouTube and other things. And so it's like, you would have to moderate them everywhere, and it just becomes you've basically multiplied your problems when you don't have like moderators and stuff. So that's why I kind of turned that off. I would love to put that back on again, but it's just it just leads to problems. The bot has moderated its own relays. Yeah, exactly. Well, honestly, the bot, this is the thing about the chat bot for Restream, is that it really should be smart enough to see, like, if I go and delete a message on Twitch, it should be able to go over to the other services and delete that message for me. Because it's a moderator. The bot is a moderator. So it can do things, but it just doesn't have that ability. Yeah, it probably could if it had that. Yeah, it just doesn't have that functionality. Yeah. Yeah, Sugar, I was proposing something like that for Glimesh too, like having a moderation delay, and people were really not on board with that. Because I thought, like, wouldn't it be nice if we had like a moderation delay in chat where you can, as a streamer, you can say, like, hold up chat messages for a couple seconds, because if I'm moderating my own chat, hold them up for a couple seconds so that I can, I as a streamer and the moderators can see the message first and can act on it before it goes out to everybody. And oh boy, nobody likes that idea. I proposed that, like, nobody liked it. I was like, oh, okay, let's not do that right now. But yeah, I still think I think it's a good thing, especially when you're doing, even if you're not doing your own moderation, if you have moderators, it's still a good thing for them to be able to catch up. But rightfully so, the biggest resistance to it is like, but that goes against the whole FTL sub-second stuff. Now I can't see chat messages immediately and stuff. And I'm like, it's true. It's very true. And it's not like it's on for everybody. You have to turn it on. But, you know, I get that it kind of goes against the ethos. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, it is only a chat delay, but it's still... And yeah, exactly. And that was what I was saying, but it's still... I guess the perception is that even though you as a streamer still see it in real time, and the chat and the moderators still see it in real time, you may start responding to something before everyone else has seen it, and so there might be a disconnect there. But I feel like the benefits outweigh the negatives, and again, it would be an optional thing that you don't have to do if you don't want. But we'll see. It'll be something eventually I'll probably propose again, and we'll see if it's more like I'll give screenshots and I'll give examples, and we'll see if more people are on board with it than were initially. You know. It might not be as necessary. Well, yeah, now, you know, we're small enough that it's not necessary right now. And, you know, it could be too that a lot of the resistance was like, we don't need this right now. We need other things right now too. And that's fine. And I agree with that. I do agree that, like, we got a lot of features that we need to really do first before we get to that point. The one thing that I'm thinking about, like, after the co-streaming stuff is out there, like, the next logical thing to work on would be your raids. But I got nowhere to put the raid finder. And, like, even the co-stream button, I've kind of shoved it down here. I don't really like it down there, but I don't really have anywhere else to put it where it makes sense, you know? I mean, I could put it up here, but I know Mytho's going to be putting his interactive button up there. I don't know if I want to put it next to that or not. I've been kind of waiting for his code to come down so I can merge and then I can see. But we'll see on that one. So all that is to say that we really need a streamer dashboard, like a creator dashboard, where we can put all these tools like the raid finder and all that stuff, and have it make sense. But man, that's going to be another, like, big project, which means theoretically, unless someone else picks up the slack, that would push off raids until even longer down the pike, for something that probably a lot of people wouldn't find as much. A lot of streamers probably wouldn't find as much benefit from the dashboard as they would from the raid stuff, because the raid stuff affects community, the dashboard doesn't. So it's just one of those things where it's like, well, I hope you guys are okay with me just kind of shoving a button in random spots. Because at some point we're going to have a come to Jesus where we actually get a layout that supports all the functionality, you know? With 10 buttons all over. I mean, that's what it's going to come to. And honestly, I still have my chat changes that I still have to get back to, where I have locally here, I have a branch which I haven't updated with the latest code yet. Locally, I have a branch where I was working on chat, where I fixed the Zalgo texts going out of the bubbles. I moved the moderation buttons to their own line and the username to its own line. I was going to make it so that you could put your pronouns in chat if you want to. They would show up there. Have a pronunciation key in there as well, next to your name. Tweak the colors a little bit, so that they're a little bit easier. It's a little bit easier to see the people's names. I had the you can change the chat size, the size of the font. You can change the font from Roboto to Open Dyslexic, which even for someone who's not dyslexic makes the chat so much more readable. Holy crap. I was surprised at that, even for me. And just a whole bunch of stuff, but I'm only like halfway through that and still just kind of sitting on the waiting in the wings, you know? Pronunciation key is big, yeah. I mean, the hardest part of that is just finding room. Like, the chat bubbles are so... There's not a whole lot of room to begin with, so... that was the other thing I did was... Right now, all the chat bubbles are... They can only go up to like 525 pixels is their maximum width of them. Which, you know, for my screen here, my 1080p screen it's okay. There's still a lot of white space on the side, but it's fine. But I changed them to go, if you're on ultra wide, it's like barely taking up any space. And I made it so that it'll take up 95% of the window. So even if you're on ultra wide and the window's bigger, it'll take up, the bubbles will go out to 95% of the width. If they need to, you know, to have the chat going. So like stuff like that. And then also the message box. One of the other things that someone had asked for was, hey, can we, when we're typing in chat messages, rather than having them scroll over as you hit the end of the box, it starts to scroll to the left. Can we have it like Twitch where it goes out, expands out to three lines? So I had that working too. But yeah, I gotta revisit that at some point. But that's a while. That's a while down the pike, because this thing is kicking my butt here. The co-stream stuff, I knew the co-stream stuff was going to be big, like a lot of code. I did not realize it was going to be this difficult, because I'm literally fighting the framework at every turn here. Get stuff to work. Yeah, hire this guy full time. Yeah. If I didn't like my day job as much as I do, it would be a possibility. Unfortunately for Glimesh, I really love my day job. Stuff would have to change drastically for the negative for me to consider leaving that. Also, I'm pretty sure Glimesh couldn't pay me the rate that I'm getting paid in my day job. I'm not allowed to say what I'm getting paid in my day job, but I'm pretty sure Glimesh wouldn't be able to afford it. I don't need sleep, right? Yeah. Yeah, right? Oh, man. So the event's definitely getting pushed. I'm definitely seeing it. But here's what I'll do. Let's go and let's do a sanity check. Always do a sanity check. Let's just do console log up. And we'll do yeah. That first screen. That. Let's just make sure we're updating it with the HTML I think I'm updating. They may not. Console, figure that out. Here. And run. What do we see here? videos. Yes, 16:9. Why is that? Paying energy drinks. Oof. Oof, that brings me back to a time. I can't do that anymore. I really can't do that anymore. Oof. So years ago, not at my current job, but at a job, I think 2 jobs ago, I worked for a place. I loved the people I was working for. It was an e-commerce place. It's not in business anymore, but it was an e-commerce place. And they were doing like $1 billion in revenue a year. It was pretty high up for e-commerce place. It was one you would never know because they were like a white box. So they would brand things as, as the shop. They wouldn't brand as themselves, essentially. White label or whatever you call them. So I worked for them for 3.5 years, something like that. And the average person worked for them for about 6 months and then quit. Because they were a meat grinder. Their work-life balance was horrendously bad. But me being who I am and enjoying coding as much as I do, I just was happily stepping along, doing my thing, putting in all kinds of time and not getting compensated for it. I remember I got compensated for, like, I had put in, I want to say 60 hours one week, 70 hours one week. And I remember getting, we finished what we needed to do on time. And I remember they gave me 2 gift cards for a restaurant nearby. And I remember just being like, when the hell will I ever get time to use these? 'Cause I'm always at work. Like, I will never get there will never be a chance for me to use these because I'm always at work. And eventually it got to a point where, like, I put in so much time, and like their processes were just completely out of whack. Like we were doing PayPal integration, putting basically pay with PayPal on the store page, checkout page, cart page, whatever you want to call it. And they had this whole like process you had to go through to estimate how much time it was going to take. And so I went through the whole process, and it spit out a number, and it said like 4 months. 4 months with 3 people working on it. So management, being the way it was like, all right, we'll do it in 1 month with 6 people on it. I'm like, how it works. Having more cooks in the kitchen does not make the work go faster. It just means more people are stepping on each other's toes. But and to top it off, they're like, and we're going to fly in consultants, contractors, basically from India, and they're going to fly in, and they're going to be here for a month, and they're going to be the ones primarily doing it. You're just going to oversee what they're doing. I was like, okay, and they were going to offshore some of it too, so they could be theoretically working at nighttime while we're asleep and all that. I was like, great, whatever, fine. Got done with that project. We managed somehow to get that done in a month. It was insanity to the greatest extent possible. But I remember putting like a crap ton of hours in. Like I watched the sunrise from the office too many times. And after one particularly long stretch, I think it was like 34, 35 hours, I'd work straight. I go home and I'm like, I go to my boss, I'm like, I have to go home. I've been here since yesterday and I'm out of it. I go home and I just crash in the bed. I'm just like, I'm just going to sleep. It was the middle of the day. And it had been up to that point, like the stress and the constant work with no downtime was starting to work on. Like I had a cold, like a head cold that didn't go away for like 6 months. And it just starts to wear you down. And that at that point, like I came home, I crashed in the bed, and then like maybe 2 or 3 hours into sleeping, I wake up in a panic because I had stopped breathing entirely. Like to the point where, if you've ever been underwater for a couple minutes and you come up to the surface and as soon as you break the surface, you like, you gasp for air and stuff. That was me. I had stopped breathing entirely. I was gasping for air. I'm like on the side of the bed and I'm just thinking to myself, why the hell am I doing this? Why am I doing this to myself over a freaking PayPal button? And that's when I realized from that point on, like, burnout's a real thing. Burnout is really a thing. Like, I always thought it was kind of BS. I always thought it was like a mental thing. But really, it does have a physical component to it. And it was at that point I was like, okay, I got to get my resume together and I got to go somewhere else. And from this point forward, I'm always going to find places where there is a work-life balance. And I did. And I've been happy ever since. But like, that was a long story. Just to say that the reason I only do coding for Glimesh on Saturdays and Sundays is for that reason. Because I'm coding every other day of the week for my normal main job. And then I stream at nighttime and I stream playing video games. And that's because that is my like mental break. That's my way of like not thinking about work, not thinking about coding, not thinking about all that stuff. And that's why it's like, a lot of people might say like, well, why don't you like, you love coding, why don't you code like 3 nights out of the week or 4 nights out of the week? It's like, I'm like, I gotta be really careful because I've got that personality where it's like, you love what you do so much that you do it too much. You know what I mean? Like I don't have that switch that a lot of people have where it's like, they can say, okay, this far and no farther, it's 5 o'clock. We'll deal with it tomorrow. I'm one of those guys that's like, I could put another half an hour in and try to like wrap this up tonight and that kind of thing. So I have to be careful of myself. So that's why it takes me forever to do anything, forever a day to do anything, because it's like, I have to make sure that I keep a balance, Yeah, you become overwhelmed very quick. It's very insidious, right? Like, here's the thing, looking back on it, and I didn't realize this at the time, but looking back on it, like, the management and stuff in that company was built to make it into a meat grinder. And it was very subtle. And by that I mean, like, I had a manager who it would be Friday at like 4 o'clock. And we all know it's Friday, it's 4 o'clock. You're going to be winding down, getting ready for the weekend, all that stuff. And they would come to me with a problem. And they would come to me at like 4 o'clock and be like, so what's your status on on this thing you're working on? I'll be like, well, I've got, this far along, but I'm not going to be able to complete it today. It's going to probably take, until Wednesday to do it. By Wednesday, I'll have something that we can look at and be almost ready for QA testing and all that stuff. They wouldn't come out outright and say it, but they would go, oh, well, I mean, it's kind of important. If there's anything you could do to, sort of expedite it a little bit, we're kind of need this for a few other things. They wouldn't come out and say, put some extra work in, but they would leave you with the impression like, oh, this is really important. I need to do some extra work. So I would then, being the person that I am, I would work on it over the weekend as much as I could. Now, this company was kind of weird in that, like, they locked down their dev environments where developers couldn't make changes sometimes, which was just incredibly strange. And I've never seen any company do that wants to get work done. But I got as much done as I could without having database changes, because I couldn't make changes to the dev database without a DBA blessing it. And all the DBAs were not working because it was the weekend. So I came back in on Monday and I was like, look, I did as much as I could, but I couldn't get much further than this because I couldn't make changes to the database because I need approval for it and all that stuff. And that same manager would come to me and go, oh, that's all right. We don't need this until, next week. And she didn't do that to me just once. She did that to me multiple times, and I fell for it every single time because that was just the type of person I am. And it wasn't until afterwards, when I finally left that place, where I was like, I can't do this anymore, that I realized just how manipulated I had been. Right? Like they played me like a fiddle. Right? They knew that I was that guy that was like, I can't let this. I can't go to sleep. Someone's wrong on the internet. Like that kind of guy. And they took advantage of it, and it contributed a lot to my burnout. I should have been smarter and realized what was happening, and been like, no, you know what? This is gonna wait until Monday. The hell with them. And it took me doing it wrong for like 3 years to realize how that I needed to change that thought process and be like, look, it's Friday. I ain't working on this over the weekend. It's just gonna have to wait. I'm sorry. I got life to live. And to their credit, the good thing is, I learned the warning signs when I go into an interview, and the companies I've worked at since then, it hasn't been a problem. 5 o'clock comes around, nobody's doing work. Everyone's going home. They're enjoying themselves. Friday at 4 o'clock, problem arises. They just go like, all right, well, fix it next week when you come in. Don't worry about it. You know what I mean? Like, so what? It'll be broken over a weekend. Big deal. And that's, that is fantastic. That's what you really need sometimes. What I really need is to understand why this is not updated like I would expect it to. Because when I look at the elements on the page, it's updated. Right? If I go back, I look at this JavaScript here. This console log says content 21:9, ultra wide true. Then on the console, it says, where's it at? 16:9, ultra wide false. So is there another console log here? No. That is the only console log that happened. Maybe? Oh no, here we go. Oh, because that was for 88. Alright. And then for 86, it was 16 by 9. 88 again, it says 16 by 9. Well, it's actually, I can't look at this because it's the same. It's the same HTML. It's just updating that stuff. So why? Keep my 9. Keep my 9. It's clearly changed over here. I see it change over here. So the best I can figure then is that the event is firing before. Well, yeah, I mean, the event would fire before the page is finished patching. Because it's doing a sign. So oh, the event's firing off before I can, and it's doing what it's doing the HTML replace, but it's replacing it with the HTML before it's been updated. Crap. How do I convince this to work properly? I mean, the thing is, obviously it's correct on the outside. Theoretically, I can read it on the outside, but then I'd have to have another hook that does that. It's getting ugly. Event firing off. I need some kind of I need some way of knowing, some way of getting the JavaScript to fire after it's been updated. I wonder if there's a way to like fire an event. I mean, I could, and this is a real hack and a half, I could just pause for 10 seconds and then do the update. That's terrible. And very has to be a way to, this is, I mean, I know no one else who uses Fixer and Phoenix has done, but there's got to be a way to budget. All right, I gotta hit the restroom real fast, so I am going to take like a 2-minute break or so, stretch my legs, and I will be right back, friends.
Of the night, evil creatures ray of light.
We will discover in the end that our worst foe lies within. Our worst foe lies within.
Okay, I am back. I had terrible thoughts, but I know that there is one way to do this that I want to avoid if I can. But I could pull all of the I could, as a parameter to the event, I could push the HTML through it and then pull that out and set it. It's something I rather avoid if I can, but let me see if there's a way in Phoenix to event after non-root live view won't re-render when slides update. How does update 3 work? Map. Okay. There we go. Calling some JS code upon a live view. That's what I'm looking for. We have a web page. Box reflects the current job output. Leave the job output. Fixed type box. Go show the latest lines. Possible listed for PageX update event. Which aren't a minute when DOM is done being pat. I mean, that's true. The PageX update event is just a regular event. That would prevent me from needing. That would require me to send another event either. I could just do PageX update. Try that. Not quite working. Console, let me see if I logged anything on the console here. Console before I did it. didn't get called the next time. Interesting. So you can't capture that event? Did I do it wrong? PHX update. Because it should be emitting a PHX update, I would think, unless I have an ignore somewhere here. I don't think I do. Where did they say? Mutation observer. Oh, this is a JavaScript mutation observer. Provides the ability to watch for changes being made to the DOM tree. Okay. Creates and returns a new mutation observer when DOM changes occur. Oh, but I don't know. Observe. I don't know if it's gonna work. I mean, it's supported by pretty much everything. Mutation observer. The problem here is that I need to observe string changing, not a DOM per se. That would be interesting. I wonder if I can JavaScript observe string change. I don't know if there's anything that would even do that. How to wrap and observe string for changing. Well, that's RX. Watch or monitor JavaScript variables for change. Watch for an object for changes in. Okay, wait a minute. JavaScript object only needs to be watched for changes. Observe an object for debugging. Any change to an object that is not caused by DOM event cannot be caught by any event listener. This means to be a way to observe an object for changes, be able to exit change values and fire events. Okay. In many ways, polling. Right, which I don't really want to do. Object prototype watch. The watch function watches any property of an object for changes. It also includes the first assignment of value to the property. Watch function includes a handler which has access to the old value and the new value of the watch property of the object. Okay. The given property is deleted, the watch doesn't disappear, rather it remains intact. If the property is recreated in the future, it continues functioning the same way. In order to remove the watcher, one has to call the unwatch function. Okay. The watch function is only supported on Firefox browser. Okay. Just deprecate. Object observe. This function was also used to asynchronously observe the changes occurring on an object. In this function, a handler function can filter out the types of changes it is looking to observe. handler also gains access to information like what type of changes occurred and not just change value. Adding a new property to the object, updating an existing property, and deleting a property. Object observe has been deprecated and removed from all current browsers. God damn it. Register a custom listener to the object utilizing the getter and setter method. We define our object to set value properties to setters, and we can also create a listener as one of our properties. Custom listener can be utilized to listen to value changes on the properties of the object. So get foo set foo listener function, external listener function. Register new listener. New listener. Okay. This is a change happening to the property because the listener is triggered from the setter function. Every time a new value is assigned to the given property. However, if we use delete to delete the property, delete the getter and setter as well. Not listen. If using the proxy. Custom behavior or fundamental operations. Proxy virtualizes an object that customizes fundamental methods. By using a proxy, we can make sure that we do not make any changes to core structure. Customize the method. Proxy. Objects proxy. Is that really the only? We went through all that stuff just to show me only one thing that's actually viable. Object observe has been deprecated. Proxy, create proxy for another object, intercept and redefine fundamental operations for that object. Redefine, okay. Log property accesses, validate, format, or sanitize inputs. Target, you want a proxy, a handler. Customize the proxy we define functions on the handler object. So you can trap the call. This one, okay. Not forwarding proxy. This doesn't work either because let's see. Manipulating downloads. We use a proxy toggle attribute of two different elements. We set the attribute on one element, unset on the other one. You selected. Not going to work because still not going to know that something changed. Hey Royston, welcome. Proxy. Not going to work because the property is not actually going to change without the JavaScript actually running. But it would theoretically work if it were a DOM object, like an attribute of a DOM object. Like, oh, this will be it. This will be something. I wonder if this would work. I could make it. I could put a on change handler on something. So if I I am continuing to try to build some co-streaming stuff, which is coming along, but it's I'm it's a long, arduous process right now. Kind of stuck right now trying to get widescreen to support widescreens, at least 1440p anyway. But it's otherwise kind of working here and there. Like to a certain extent, it's working a little bit. I don't have any videos playing, but slow progress. So that's where I'm at right now. I think, yeah, alright, let's see what I can do with it. If I do, this is going to be, I wonder if it'll fire off. So, JavaScript, I do, okay, here we go. JavaScript on change display hidden, display none. On change display hide. I wonder. No, but does on change fire on display none? Check change event on hidden select element. Let me see. Change. Change is not fired when val is set programmatically. Do it manual. You need to do it manually when. Okay, that's fine. Local storage. It looks like. So it looks like. Okay, let me do this. I'm gonna do. Let's try it. Why not? The div style display none. Inside, we'll put the co-stream section. And then I will do a phx change we'll say update shadow. I'll change this to be update shadow. Change isn't going to work on a div though. Do input type is hidden. Value equals this. I really wanted to hide it from the page, but it's gonna have to be what it's gonna have to be here. Because I don't think a change will fire off for a div. I don't think that makes any sense, but it will for a value, hopefully. Can I just do this? Do this? On here? Oh, okay, I don't need, I can just do this. Yeah, that works. Okay, now it breaks. I think that wouldn't break the HTML. It does. Like it. Wait a second. Oh yeah, it's the funny. It's some of them, but not all of them. Like it escapes some of the quote. Actually, you can't escape the double quote from there. It has to be. I don't even really care what the value is either. All I really care is that it's updated. So here's what I can do. I can say updated flag, and I can say the flag would be random. Do random. Just do random dot uniform, right? Looks like it's deficit. Use the rand module instead. Oh. Rand. There we go. Rand uniform. And then put the updated flag here. That way I don't have to care, because it'll just be a number, and as long as the number changes, that's all we care about. Just care about firing off this event. If that works. It doesn't work. MU. Why you no work? Oh, it's not firing off the chain. Look like. Oh, wait a minute. Looks like it fired it off that time, but still. Yeah, it's fired it off this time, but it's still not the right content. Although interestingly enough, it fired off. Just doesn't have this. It doesn't have the right data in it. I wonder if it's the I'm noticing the sources are not right. And I'm wondering if that is a browser. Like the element is a, the source is not, and I'm wondering if the source itself is cached. Like the script is cached. And so when it updates, it's not. It's not updating the script. It means I'd have to get the inner HTML information from another field. Like I'd have to read it from the DOM. Which I mean, even then, I don't know if it's gonna fire off in the right pattern. I'm gonna put the update flag here. I can do div file play none, and then inside here, put the co-stream section. and then just grab it from there. Go plus to a bar. Email equals document. I gotta put the my goodness to that. E equals shadow email. Elements by ID, shadow HTML dot inner email, and that, and update email, and then set this out. This is janky as hell, but I mean, if it works, I guess it's best I can do. Oh, that's the big if it works, and it doesn't look like it's working. DOM exception failed to execute set attribute on element. Not a valid attribute name. Oh, right, because it's parsing. Parsing that stuff. I mean, that's yeah. Let's do and get rid of the JavaScript escape off of it. Do it that way, and it'll probably work a little bit better. Holy crap, it's working. Ultra wide true, ultra wide true. That sucks. I mean, it works, which is great, but it sucks. It's just the suckiest way to work. Because, man, that's messy as hell. But it's working. But it's messy as hell. But it's working. So basically, oh man, like there's so much. This is one of those things where the decades of experience of programming is like yelling at me like, this is terrible. But then there's the other part of me, it's like, this is the only thing that works. So far. It's like, it's terrible, but it's what I gotta do to make it work. And it's terrible, but it's what I gotta do to make it work. I'm just stuck in a loop in my brain here. Can I make this not be a absolute crap show? Is there something I could do here that, because here's the thing. I'm not the only one writing code in this application, right? And this is the thing you kind of think about when you're, as you gain more experience developing. It's like when you first start developing, everything's like, oh, I just gotta do it this way, I'll just do it that way. And then you spend most of your like junior development time as you're being mentored by other people, learning how to write things in a way that other people can understand what the F you just did. And my problem here is that I know what I just did, and I know what process I went through to get to this point, but someone else will look at this code and be like, what the hell is going on here? And that's what bothers me, because it's great that it works, but I want to see if I can make it work in a way that actually makes some kind of sense to other people. You know? It's like I've said to, because I used to like mentor younger developers and stuff, and one of the things I always say to them is, there's 20 ways to solve a problem. Your job is to find the ways to solve a problem that doesn't require somebody to have a PhD in development to figure out what you just did. You know, just remember that at some point there will be a bug in this system, and it will be 2 a.m, and someone who didn't write the code is going to get the call to fix it. To wake up at 2 a.m. and fix it. Have some decency and make it so that they can actually figure out what's going on. And that's oof. But I don't know if there's a way that I can make this not be so odd. Because here's the thing, so I mean, I could obviously I'll have to put some comments in here, but even then, is there anything I can do that will make this less painful? I think having the updated flag like this is fine, because then we don't have to worry. Because basically all I'm doing here is triggering the PHX change. So the first thing I could say is, do I need this at all? And the only reason I have this here is because when I send off this event, the event fires before the page is finished patching. And so it doesn't have the updated HTML yet. So first things first, we don't need this push event. Put that down for a second. Means we also don't need the Vue.js because we're not using that.
I'm just saying, that's the point of this song.
So then what's happening here is this script is put onto the page, and the browser at some point, well, the script is put onto the page and it's parsed and it's cached by the browser. When Phoenix is done loading the page, it fires off an event to say, hey, I finished my stuff. I'm listening for that event. When I hear it, I call the update function here, which looks at this hidden div for the content to put into the inner HTML of the shadow DOM. Then the hooks down on the videos detect that we're in ultra wide aspect ratio, and they send the ultra wide signal to the back end, which then changes this variable stored in the assigns, which then triggers Phoenix to do a re-render, but it doesn't re-render everything. It does a diff and says, oh, only certain things have changed. For our purposes, it ends up patching everything here, which is good. Doesn't change the entire page. It doesn't refresh the page. It just patches this panel, which is correct. The problem is that even though it rewrites this script tag, the browser does not rerun the JavaScript contained in here, because the browser doesn't know this script tag change per se. It knows the DOM got updated, but all of this is cached, and so it doesn't rerun it because it knows it already ran. So, oh, actually, I do need the update data. Oh no, no, I'm doing it this way. Okay, never mind. So what does trigger the browser though is that we're updating this random number in this input value, hidden input field, which triggers an on change, which then causes a event to fire off called update shadow, which we're listening for on the window, and that in turn resets the inner HTML to whatever just got patched onto the page down in here. And all because I can't find a like, I tried listening for the Phoenix update event, but it doesn't. Well, I could listen for that too. But the problem there is not, well, I don't think the Phoenix update event was firing off though. I wasn't seeing it actually call it again. Even though everything in the documentation says it should fire off an update event, it didn't. And possible that I have a PHX update ignore hanging around somewhere that's stopping that. I mean, maybe that's up here somewhere. PHX update. If update replace for chat messages. No, that's it. So maybe I have to do a PHX update replace on there to hear that event, which I could do. I mean, it doesn't. It gets rid of like this input field if I do that. So let's try it. Do PHX update. Wait, I think is the default anyway, but let's just see if it needs to be on there in order for it to trigger that. And then what I'll do is, let's just make another function real fast so I don't undo what I've done here. Right, we'll do that. The PHX update replaced, and then I'll just do a down here window, add that, put in there. Update. Call update from Phoenix We'll go and clear the console layout. Reload this. Okay, so that is getting called. Phoenix update. Phoenix update. Okay, so that's definitely getting called, so that's good. So what we can do then is that eliminates this random number nonsense. We don't need that anymore. It's one less janky thing that can go away. And then so we can move this up here, get rid of update shadow. We can do that, and then we'll just call update on that, and then I can get rid of this function. Okay, so that should still keep us right where we were. Good. Okay, ultra wide true, ultra wide true. Cool. All right. So we made it slightly better. Still a hot mess, but slightly less of a hot mess. Take what I can get at this point. We got the co-stream section. Yeah, oh, this is gonna bother the crap out of me because I shouldn't have to do that. That's my problem. I shouldn't have to do it, but it's on there, and you have to kind of have to work with the way Phoenix work. I guess technically well, yeah, I do have to listen for page loading stop because it was bringing it in from, because the script element's before the div. Actually, I could put the div before the script element. Put that up here. Like so. And then I don't need to do a listener on the page loading stop. I can just call update. Do that, and then this, and then right after we define that, I'll just call update. So that's one less weird thing. It's still not great, but what I gotta do right now. So we got that, so let's make sure that's still working. Not. Why is that? Not read properties of null. Oh, right. Because this is still doing. Still gotta do get by ID co-string panel, which hasn't been defined yet. Right. Okay. So that's why I need that to only fire off after the page is actually done. So okay. I put that back the way it was. I might as well put here again. Okay. I just gotta describe what's going on, I guess. Alright. Add and print listener. Add listeners. You populate the shadow with fresh HTML generated by the backend. This is required due to the way Phoenix patches the DOM as the JavaScript will not refire on the page. We have to rely on JavaScript events to tell us when the DOM has been updated so we can reapply the updates. Hi, Red Fox 520. Welcome. So we can reapply the update to the shadow DOM. This is the particularly evident when the video, the FPL video. Man, if I could spell it. V-I-D-E. Video hooks. Tech. Ultra wide monitors and request a pack of the DOM. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense to the next person that has to deal with this, but there we go. One way or the other, we've got the ultra wide working now. It's about as good as I can make it, I think. This is JavaScript. Red Fox, but yeah, close enough. This is JavaScript, and then this is the front end stuff running, and then this down. It's actually, there's HTML in here too. But this is JavaScript with HTML, and then down here we have Elixir running, so Elixir code. So it's a mix of a lot of different things. But this ends up on the front. This ends up in the browser. So this is the JavaScript for the browser and stuff. Yep. So that's now be working properly. Let me clear the console. Okay. Connection refused is correct because I don't have the back end running. Got that going. Everything else looks okay. Good. So now we're in ultra wide. Now you got to adjust the numbers for ultra wide here. And I gotta get rid of the that little debug message. Wherever that's at. Where did I put that? Theme layout type. Oh, here it is. That doesn't show up on the page. And then we can actually get back to some CSS for a little bit. Although I do need to do some JavaScript again. Okay, so I've got the 21 by 9 stuff set to main video 1600 by 900, and the small videos are 640 by 360, which is looking like it's coming up a little bit short. Gotta fix the overlays here too, which I figured because they're absolute. But we don't have any. We don't have the spacing here. So let me think. Can I? I still want these to be the right. Like I don't want them to be stretched or anything, but can I get a little bit bigger than this is the question. So if I go, where's my Wikipedia page at? Wikipedia 16 by 9. Alright, so 1600 by 900 is the main one. Right. Which looks good. I mean, there's some room here. But the next one up is is 1080. Might be too much. If I go 1920, so what's the other ones? Let's see if we can math this out. Small videos are 640 wide. That gives us a total width of 2240, and the width of the screen is, that's what I have it set for. Too many tabs is what I got. 3440. That does give me a bunch of room. Well, 3440, but that's not, doesn't go 3440. Does give me a bunch of room though. I guess I could. Let's try this. We can play with it a little bit. Do 1920 by 1080. Okay. Well, that makes that fill out quite a bunch, but now these guys are overlaying that section too much. So okay, so we go back down to what we were. Where the hell am I looking at here? So 1600 by 900. 1600 by 900. Now I could maybe bump up the small video width. So what's the next one up from 640? 848 by 480. Or 854 by 480. WVGA. I don't know which one of those to use. Guess we'll do 848 by 480. Let's see what that looks like. 848 by 480. A little bit too tall. Okay. Okay. Well, then we'll just have to do... If I had the right numbers in there, we just have to put some padding in, I guess. I mean, they're already getting bigger videos than a 16 by 9 screen anyway, so... Still some luxury there. Maybe not the most luxurious, but still some. So 40 by 360. Yeah, 40 by 40 by 60. The main overlay width is that. All overlay width is that. Some of these other widths will have to variableize so that I can do them separately here. Or positions, I should say. So height in the bottom. Where's there's the padding, right? I put somewhere here. Back to right column gap 0.4. Okay, let's do first of all column gap is 0.4 rem, and then for this guy column gap we'll say 2 rem, even though it's probably too big. That, and then I'll stay here. Our column gap. See how that looks. A little more roomy. Not by much, but a little more space there. Yeah, I actually feel like I could probably push these out even further. Although I don't know what the viewing experience would be like with that. Seeing that much gap between the videos. Maybe it's good enough just leaving them together like that, because if you're sitting there watching them, you don't want to move your eyes so far across the screen, right? To see one versus the other. Probably want them all relatively close together in case there's a flash of something you want to look at and it draws your attention. So maybe that's probably good enough. Just have to fix the overlay on them. I mean, there's just going to be this gap here, but I get the feeling that there's that much of a gap even for the other thing. I wonder if I can look at what's that for? Well, you know what? Let's do this. Let's go. Close out of this for a second. That's good. Go back to where it was. If I come out of co-stream mode for a second, fresh, and then let's see what this looks like in widescreen. How far does that extend? Does that actually go out to the full width here? It does. Bed responsive. So what is the 2540 by 1088.5? Oh, 2540 by 1088. $540 by 1080. That doesn't even compute to me. 540 by 1080. $2560 by 1440. 1440p. Yeah, really we should be like 2560 by 1440, I would think. For this. Then again, 2560 by 1440 is 16 by 9 and not 21 by 9. 21 by 9 resolution. This doesn't actually tell me resolutions, does it? One by 9 resolution is to find someone who knows. It's 1 by 9 was created quickly. This is a vertical pixel count. 2560 by 1080, 2560 by 1440, 3440 by 1440. So 1340 by 1440 is what I've been looking at. This looks like it's doing 25, well, close enough anyway, 2560 by 1080, or 2560, yeah, but 2560 by 1080. 2560 divided by 1080 is 2.3. Yeah, that's 21 by 9. 3440 divided by 1440. Again, 2.3. That's correct. And they have 2560 by 1440. 560 divided by 1440 is 1 point. I don't think that one is 1, but I think the 2560 by 1080 and the 3440 by 1440 are probably the ones we want to target. But seems like the responsive tag that they're using targets 2560 by 1080. We're at 21 by 9 resolution. Ratio. Oh, I see what they're doing. They're doing 9 divided by 21 times 100%, which is 100%, pick up the full width of the container. That's why the numbers are a little bit weird. But technically have the correct ratio. But that's for SAS, which I can use because I'm doing SAS, but I don't want to do that to. Can I do this regular SAS? What I'm questioning. CSS function lets you perform calculations when providing CSS property values. Use anywhere a length, frequency, angle, time, percentage number, or integers allowed. Okay, good. So I can use that in regular CSS. The issue though. Issue though is it has to be based on the width of the grid that I'm putting it in. I wonder if that'll work. So if I put this will be an interesting test. So I do 100 because 100% should be the container that it's contained within. I would think. So if I do, let's try something here. Let's do, let me do it on 21 by 9 first. We'll do. Wait, how did that was only one thing that they were calculating, right? Nine divided by 1 times 100 gives you a decimal. How do they? Oh, I guess they apply. They apply that decimal to the width and the height, but they know what height to start with. It would have to be the width of the container. I guess that's width of grid cell. The column width, the content length. Every time it comes auto. In content. Inline level grid. I mean, that's fine, but I'm looking for, how do I get the CSS get container width? Or do I just make it a percentage? If you're multiplying it by 100%, yeah. Okay, wait a minute. If you're multiplying it by 100%, you're getting a percentage out the other side. Because what you're doing is you're saying, take this fraction. You're basically taking a fraction of 100%. You're saying this is the width. Okay. My brain wasn't processing that. So basically you're saying your width and your height are the same. It's just the same percentage. Yeah, it would be the same percentage for width and height then. So we'll just say main video calc size, and we'll say 9 divided by 21 times 100%. They did, right? Yeah. We're multiplying it by 100%, not by 100. that, and then actually I'll just say video calc size, right? And then if I put that as same thing up top here. This would be 9 divided by 15 times 100%, and then here we just say var video calc size. Just change one of the small ones just so I just see what it looks like compared to the other ones. Oh, I'm not in co-stream mode. Hang on. Forgot. Co-stream mode. Ooh, that isn't good at all. So what does this have on it? Got one by 9 times 100%. You count that. Doesn't actually tell me. I mean, I can do the math, but seems like that's definitely not working, which would make sense because it's not. It is actually working, but it's not. It's assuming it's the only thing on the page. So I need to reduce it by an additional fraction while still maintaining. So instead of doing 100%, I could just say 50%. Because you kind of want them both to take up half the screen. So if I did, so instead of 100%, if I do 50%, which doesn't work for the vertical, but I could do a different calculation for the vertical. It works for horizontal though. There's only 2 columns. It's kind of working. Actually, no. Kind of working, yeah. This is way off the bottom though. It's not. Well, and that's probably because this one's so out of whack. Yeah. Now this is off the bottom because this is out of whack because this is like centered. So okay. So I want to do so it would be video count size width would be that, and then video count, size, height would be this, but with a different percentage. So we'll stay, well, it'll have to be 33%, right? And same down here. Width, and then height. 3%. Down here we do cup size, width, size, height. No. Do width for both of those. That's the main slot. And then down here it's width and height. All right, let's see how that looks. Not great. Not. What are you? Oh, video calc size height not defined. What? HDI HT. Spelled correctly. This video calc size height is not defined. Okay, let me bounce the server and see if it just forgot to compile it or something. There we go. Video calc size width. And over here, this is not defined. What? Am I just going insane here? Video count, size, height. Even highlighted them so they're about the same. Definitely not seeing it there. Did I not? I've definitely saved. It's not serving it up. Getting an old SS copy here. Oh, I see what's going on. Ah. Right, okay. I missed the semicolon. That's what's happening. Thought I was losing my mind. Oh yeah, they're tiny. They're very tiny. Huh. 454 by 151. Why are they so far away from one another? Oh, it's gotta be because this is stretched out over here, right? But yeah, video cock size width 54 by 90. That doesn't make any sense.
Throughout the crooked kingdoms, I watch the weather change. The clouds collide on either side as nations rearrange. A silver mane adorns me, my steel is fluid and fast. They shun my ways, avoid my gaze, a fugitive outcast. There is no pain I can feel. True retribution.
What? So the grid is very stretched out here.
Deadly dark elixirs, caustic curdle sour. Wound and weave and carve and cleave, engulf my guts in power. By tome or trial I master the secrets of the beast. By trap or burst,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure why it's.
torment be released. There is no pain I can feel.
Like it seems like the grid is just going insane here.
Better make way when the witcher comes. Lebro is thou. Better make way when the witcher comes. Lebro is thou. I bear no love for counts or kings or nobles, taunts and tricks. I
I
have
guess
for tiresome politics. I hunt my wayward memories for peace
Okay, I don't know. I thought that would be useful, but doesn't look like it is. Alright, well, I guess we're not going to calculate them on the fly then, because that I wonder if they have to do something else here. I don't know. That's green. All right. Go back to what we were doing and just hand lovingly rolling them. The numbers, that is. I mean, it might have something to do with margin auto too, I guess, or maybe not the margin auto, but like some other way I'm doing it. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't know this is percentage. Small video width and then small video height here. And we copy them down to the other ones. And goes back basically to where we were. Which I think is good enough now on that. Although I could put a little bit of a gap here, but you know, I'll leave those the way they are. Let's get the overlays working properly. That one's got to go up a little bit. So here's what we'll do. Where's my overlay? Bottom and left. Say, main overlay bottom. overlay left. Small overlay 1 bottom left. Two bottom overlay to left. Small overlay 3 bottom. Three left. Okay. So we want 175 by 0 for the main. Bottom, okay. Left and then overlay is 555 by 96. Two. $20 by 96. $20 times 50 times 50, and this bottom is 80. Right. Copy these down here and change these into variables. Overlay left. Like looking at it, like where's my stuff at? Small overlay 1 bottom. Left. Go. Two. Three. Okay. This will be where we're at least in the one spot here. So these are still off by the amount that they were off by. So, first things first here, this is the right, left, just the bottom's got to go up probably by, well, I guess we can see how far up. For state to cover. Okay, so we look at this. Files. The one problem with this is that once you set a variable, you can't change it here. So I guess we'll just 175. Say 25. Going. $95. 300 probably. The bottom will be 300 for that one. Uh, 175 to then 100. And then the small overlay 1 here. State cover. Oop, that didn't work. There it is. All right, so we need it to be what's the bottom right now? 555. Okay. Even more here. This up there. Say probably 900. Maybe. Left is 960. 960 pixels. Stay auto. Oh wow, that is so much better. If I just take the left off, do I not need to apply left any of these? Is it just bottom? Is that lines up really well? Other guy at. What happens if I take the left attribute off of this? Really go anywhere. Okay, so I don't need the left attribute design, it's just the bottom. Looks like. I'm good with. That's really the case. So let's see on 16:9 if that's the case. But yeah, let's do that. Left. lift, and that's what we got there. So then really 3 bottom is overlay, bottom's 300, bottom here is 900, 900, and we'll say maybe 400, and what was it for the main here? 300, so we'll say 300 there. Probably about the same down the bottom. A little bit less. Probably 200. Do that. All that look. Looks good. That looks good. That needs to go up higher. That needs to go down lower. Okay. Needs to go up by, it's left line correctly though. So it's just gotta go up by about, say 100. Try to eyeball it a little bit. Say 500. This goes down to maybe 100. Gotta go up a little bit higher. It's down too low now. So maybe 200 there. 100 here. Go high. It's a little high. That can probably come down a bit. Okay. This one's very high though. We'll say probably 450. Whoops, 450, and then this one will be 150. Low on that one. Low on that one. $180 and just 20, right? So let's say 520 on that. We're close. Probably 550. That one's perfect. Okay, so yeah, probably 5. Yeah, that's close enough. Close enough for government work. Okay. Those are working. In widescreen. And let's go back to regular size here. Good here too. With the rollover. Alright. Oh, well, we solved the widescreen issue, so we're back in business there. That took most of the day today, but now in order to wrap up this layout, I need to get 2 hidden badges on the screen. Hopefully it won't be too bad. And then I want to get the JavaScript in place to do the swapping. So swapping of video positions. Then at some point I have to get the volume settings to save. To do that too. All the individual volume settings to save. I don't think that's going to be a huge problem, but I can get that going. And then really it's just a matter of once I get those things there, it's a matter of getting a couple more, taking what we've got and make a couple more layouts I have in mind. They're all kind of variations on a theme, sort of. But we have the nuts and bolts in place. The only other thing, one of the layouts is going to be a carousel. That's going to have its additional JavaScript for that to work. But that shouldn't be earth-shattering. Once I get like the swapping stuff to work, I'm not expecting that other one to be like an earth-shattering kaboom or anything. And then yeah, I have all the layouts in there, and then I gotta go back to just getting the back end and everything else kind of wired up and allow it to accept custom CSS and a whole lot of just buttoning up things, because like the settings pages are kind of broken right now. I have to fix them. I mean, they work, but they're there's some shenanigans going on with like parts of them reloading and not showing properly and all that stuff with the tags and things. And then I still have to get like the guest thing to work, and then also I have to get the host only mode in place, which compared to everything we just did with the multiple video layouts, host only mode I'm not expecting to be as terrible, because it's really just showing one video. It's just not showing the current channel's video, it's showing the host channel's video. That shouldn't hopefully be, it'll be a different mode, but it won't hopefully be terrible. Yeah, I mean, we still got a long way to go, because obviously this is still all happy path stuff, so I don't have any error handling in place, and I need to get it to a point also where it'll refresh the page whenever you change your co-stream settings or whenever you exit the co-stream and things like that. So we got to get all those things wired up too, so a little significant amount of work. But if I can at least get some of these visual things in place, then I can at least put out like an update to the world and be like, here's what the first prototype of this looks like, and that will at least be half the battle. It's like I could say like, here's what a prototype of it looks like. The other part of this that I need to really work out is what the performance is going to look like, because I can get one video working, but it's like stuttery because I have everything running on this computer. I gotta see if there's a way that I can get it to where I can get like a halfway decent production like view of it, you know, have multiple videos running and have them, and at least be able to see if this thing's even going to work. I mean, it'll work, I think. It's just, will it perform? Is the real gotcha there. And that's the point. That's the thing I'm not sure about. And that's the point that worries me the most, because I'm going to end up putting all this work into this thing, getting it out there, and then nobody can use it because it doesn't perform. You know? Which is the biggest concern in my head. But I'm gonna say now it's looking like I'm hoping my goal is to get this out in January. There's still a significant amount of work to go, but I think maybe I can get this to a point where it's ready to be seen by the world, I guess, or ready for a pull request at least, hopefully by January. So we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, I am hungry and my brain is fried, so I am going to wrap it up there. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon, and we'll do some more coding for a couple hours. See if I can possibly wrap up at least this layout tomorrow. That would be really swell if all that stuff comes into play. In the meantime, comes into place. In the meantime, let us commit all the stuff I've got to my repo, my forked repo, so I don't lose anything. This was a lot of pondering. Alright, get yeah. Figured out how to get like clean working. That's the other thing. I gotta test this too in I'm not passing it down right now, but I gotta pass down the whether you're in dark mode or light mode too. So I gotta get that worked out as well. Figured out how to get widescreen working. And more changes to layout. And I gotta grab my password here. So let me just hide the screen for a second, just so I don't misclick and actually show the password, which I have done, which is why I do this now. Don't worry, I changed the password after I did that. I realized that my mistake. Add it there, boom. Okay. And so that is all pushed out there. What else we got? Close this out. Close the code out here. And stop the database. Cool. That is that, my friends. That will do it for today. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for dropping by. Keep me company, chatting with me. Thank you again to Psychotic for all the gifted subs today. It was fantastic. Thank you, everyone, for watching. And again, I'll be back with some more coding tomorrow. So if you have any more questions or you want to see more of the sausage being made, that is great. So I'll see you then. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. And I hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
Closing the door again, but I keep coming back. I keep coming back to pretend. Even when I'm together, I'm miles apart. Feel I'm running forever, get back to the start. I don't know if I'm broken or if I am just not trying. But we're feeling alive even when we are slowly dying. see my reflection. Who am I really supposed to see? Who am I really supposed to see?
This is the way.